Hey. Hello. Sorry for kicking. Derek, if you're still around, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I had to come in and tell Derek that unfortunately Mom said it was my turn to use the Xbox, so here I am. Hi, Reaper. Alright, here, let's see. Okay, so hello. So if you're watching this as a VOD, hi, my name's Ashley. I'm a character and creature concept sculptor here on the ZBrush ZBrush Live stuff. So basically what we're going to be doing during this stream is just kind of concepting from a sphere. We're not going to be doing anything that's like production ready or finalizing anything. It's more of just sculpting and having fun and just, you know, just sketching whatever kind of crazy concept might come out of stretching geometry a whole bunch. So some of it is a very unconventional way of, you know, like old school modeling, etc. It does not apply here. It's just sort of the same way as if you were to open up your sketchbook out, you know, out and about, and you start doodling something, and then, you know, you can take a pen and go over top of that sort of an idea. It's not like a final illustration. We're just having some fun with the clay here. So it's gonna be 4 hours if you're watching on YouTube, just to clarify afterwards. It's a good kind of like, I don't know if anybody does body doubling or anything like that, you know, where you're working on something, you having somebody else like on the other screen working on something too kind of like helps motivate you. That's why I like doing these sessions, because that actually works for me. Very, like, I usually hang out in other people's streams while they're just doing art, just to have something to, I guess, like, I guess somebody else is there working with me, right? So if you have any questions while I'm doing this, if you're watching live, then feel free to ask. Otherwise, we're just going to jump into it. I think I'm going to do something mermaid. Like, not mermaid, like traditional mermaid. Obviously, we're going to do something more creature, but I have an idea of something crab-like. So I think we're going to do that. All right, let's get her done. Let's get her started. Okay. Hello, Luigi. How's it going? Actually, let me just quickly get something down here. Brush. I did do a mermaid. Well, sort of. Like, not really. It's not really a mermaid. Like, it's a mermaid creature that I'm thinking of doing. I'm sorry, Derek. I'm so sorry. Also, if you guys don't know, Derek, he usually streams like right before I do, and he does a lot of really, really cool sketchy stuff as well. Very dynamic and a lot of, like, you know, sculpting within pose and things. So if you're into that, definitely check out his work too. He's incredible. And I'm the dick that comes in here and just pushes him off every single time. So yes, it's my Xbox. My Xbox time. Alright, so I want to do something kind of like a crab. Let me just grab, I should have grabbed reference before this, but now I am, me set up really quick. And then we'll get into the flow of this. Promise. Promise. Now I feel even more like a jerk because I didn't even set my references or anything before. Where I was like, hey, get off of this. It's my turn. Just grabbing some basic, like, crab stuff. Alright, let's just go from here. Alrighty, so I'm gonna do maybe a little bit more. We're gonna start with the top of the shell. Ooh, actually, now I'm thinking horseshoe crab too would be really cool. Maybe I should just, like, let me grab that. Horseshoe crab. Those could be kind of cool at the bottom. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Got that reference. No, we're gonna do lazy. What's up, Mokara? How you doing? Alright. Big Shaperinos. What's up, Vec? Yeah, I know. Yeah, I have not been as active as I used to be, but we're coming back. Now I'm doing things about like 2 times a month. I think it's a pretty good balance so far. Okay, and now I want to start going Okay, I'm gonna actually start building. Grab these guys. Here. Split. Because I've got an idea in the noggin. Let's see if this actually turns out, though, as the real thing. Well, actually, I'll work on that. These shapes a little bit more afterwards. Overall, wants to be down. So we're gonna play off of like the grab. I'm gonna get the head stuck in there as well. I'm just using like IMM parts because like why the heck not? Since she would be all like mangled anyways. Yeah, split that off. What's up, Baze? How's it going? How you doing? But like I said, like if you have any questions about what I'm doing as I'm doing it, feel free. Ask away. Just kind of push positioning everything that I want in here, and then these in. Like so, and then I'm gonna grab her. Let's grab mask lasso. This make her hands biggins. We want them biggins because we are going to create. Oh, oops. Not dynamic. we're going to create the claws integrated into the hands here. You want to learn how to model environments in ZBrush. Well, I don't really do a lot of like ZBrush environment stuff in general, but I have seen people like Derek, who was just on, does some environment stuff, like some sketching, and then Pablo, I've seen him as well, and those are two ZBrush streamers here on this channel. You know what, let me get a different playlist, because this is not the vibe, is it? Mm-hmm. Nope. All right. There we go. It's a little bit better. Where? So if you're on YouTube, you can probably just go right into the let's see, what are they called? If you go into like the channel that you're at right now, and then go and grab the where is it? The live. So here. So if you're on YouTube here, right? Just in the live section, there's a whole bunch of other artists, so you can go through these. Or there's also alternatively ZBrushLive.com will have all of the other presenters that are going to be different presenters up here, so you can see this has like the actual stream, and then there's like all of these presenters here as well, so you can go through and see if anybody is streaming what you're interested in. Lots of different artists here as well, so you can go and find people like so. There we go. Let's grab some legs to start playing with too. I'm not going to do too much with the legs. I think I'm going to just kind of like throw them kind of like together. We're going to do a sort of, they're so tiny. This looks so amazing right now. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just gonna like kind of put them in there, and then I will merge them probably together. Do you want this to overall be a little bit more on the creepy crab side of things? And I'll show you exactly what I'm doing after it stops being so messy when we get everything in there. It's gonna be gross until it's not, you know? Usually how it goes. It's just not. What's up, Ubrik? How you doing? Creating like a claw shape over top of her hands. Dynamic. Yes, sir. What's up, B? What you doing? Been okay. Just trying to get some sculpting done. That's good. Yeah, I've been good. Just chilling, really. I'm just doing. It's gonna be a chill stream tonight. Your brain's off, dude. Yeah, I feel that sometimes. Sometimes more than just sometimes. Feel it often. related so much. What, like to this thing? To this thing that I'm sculpting, or what I just said? It's like literally, my brain's always off. At least it feels that way. Her torso could be over here. I don't want her super voluptuous though. On this back piece, I think I'm gonna have this kind of more curved backwards. No, I'm just gonna grab this. Whatever, it's fine. I don't know if you can hear my dog snoring in the background. He's so loud. He's snoring so loud. He's so loud. Oh yeah, it's less of a character, more of a like creature. We're kind of like the idea of like mermaid, but we're making it gross because that's my thing. That's what I just anything that could be beautiful now. Also, hi Tuarda. What's up? Hi Alex. Hello, hello, hello. Like I like the idea of everything like kind of integrating. So the actual the crab armor is kind of like over top, like growing over top of her arm bits, but her arm bits are gonna be kind of like crab fleshy rather than like humanoid, you know? So I'm gonna have to make like some kind of like a housing here as well. By housing, I mean like arm housing. So even this, maybe we'll detach her arms completely from her torso. I think we'll do that. And then we'll bring her torso back, and like her pecs would be going backwards into, yeah, we'll do that, into the actual crab itself. Like the, yeah, we're gonna have it held more. Like an actual crab. Like the crab is like its exoskeleton, her exoskeleton. Is Monty hiding? Monty is right behind me, and he is snoring so loud. I don't know if the NVIDIA broadcast stuff, if that's just like cutting out his snoring for you, or if you can actually hear him. Like he's like, I can hear him with music playing and my headphones on right now. He's like honk shooing me to the max. Hi, Thomas. Yeah, it always has the wrong title. It's, I think this time it's because like some, I don't know, I wasn't in the schedule, but like I am in the schedule. Like I know I have to stream today, but then I wasn't there. So wait, let's see if I can change that. I mean, it doesn't really matter to me. Like, I don't care. We're still gonna have fun with it. Yeah, you can't hear him? Dude, he's so loud. He is so loud, it's ridiculous. Let's see. Damn, it's me. Damn, look at me. Dang. Dang it. Right, let's see if I can change the titles from the stream. I have no idea. I have no idea if I can. Maybe I can't say. Oh, whatever. Anarchy Animation, the Annecy Animation Festival this year. No, I'm not. Unfortunately, I'm not. I haven't ever actually been. I have not been. They're really like nothing. I don't know. I don't know how to change the title. I'm a silly goose when it comes to this kind of stuff. Let's see if I can change it. Ooh, on. No. I don't have that. Oh well. Whatever. I'm Derek now. I'm just gonna continue Derek's legacy. Sorry, Derek. Actually bring the legs back even further. Have this really stretch. Like really stretch. And then what I'm gonna do, make sure that the crab is like the actual insides are holding. Going to create a sort of like housing for the arms. A chorus. We love choruses. Get that in there. Well. The silhouette still needs work, but I appreciate it. I'm gonna have to make even another like section here. Or just bring this one. Okay, I'll bring this one back. Auto groups. Mirror weld. This one. So it could bend Reno. And then this one can bring back. So it can also bend. And then open up the whole wrist area. And we'll create claws down there, and then these guys. Okay, let's see. Is it freehand? No. I'm just looking. So if you want to see what my Purev is literally like so bad right now because I didn't have any time to like. I just have an idea that I have in my head. So I have crabs. I just crab. This is all that's there, and so I'm just going off of that. I'm gonna maybe get like a better crab. I need some better crab pictures. I don't know. I guess I don't have to. I could just like keep sketching and then I'll reference after. It's what I like to do anyways. Get those shapes in. I just wanted to do something like a crab made. the sexiest of all mermaids, the one that really did lure in the sailors, the crab maids. They truly are nature's most party central mythical beasts. Oh my god, oh, your poor midsection. What is going on? That's okay. Let's like completely bust you. Alright, let's just totally bust. You're going in. You're going in. And all your joints are coming out from the crab. Yeah, blocking lets us be super creative. Oh, look, it's a Jeff Simpson. Yes. Pleb. I don't know. Maybe it was you talking about Vancouver earlier that I was just like, you know what? Crab. I want to do something crab related. You hope it's the right one. Oh, you uptied it to the... Oh, look at that! You did! You said even it's 2023. I am using 2023, yet I haven't even updated my stupid banner at the bottom. Please ignore the... all the way over... Whoop. Please, so you see this? See this? Ignore this. I'm not bringing attention to it whatsoever right now. Just don't pay attention to this. It's 2023. Not 2022. Okay, bye. I'm back over here again. Back over here. Where was I? There. Okay. Okay. Yes, lots of crabs in Vancouver. I know. I kind of love the crabs. I love crabs. Wow, I'm just totally busting her up right now. All right, let's grab more of these. So I'm gonna duplicate her messed up arm, and there, she has to be a crab, right? All right, she has to be a crab. So gotta make sure she's got them legs. I mean arms. Oh yes. I mean, okay, yeah, okay. So we're gonna bust her. So we're gonna actually, I think I'm gonna make it like really busted anatomy. Let's get it over here. And the whole housing of this midsection, where is it? All right. Bust you up. Damn, girl, what is this diet plan? How'd you do that? Oh, the crab is so nice. Just holding her belly like this. It's caressing her. Duplicating her arms around. Do that. Do it again. Oh yes. Oh yes. Very good. Very, very natural. Very Vogue. Easy breezy, beautiful. Arm girl. Looks like it would give you a headache, like the shell just like compressing your skull like this. I feel like that would yeah, carapace like this. I feel like this person, oh, eternal suffering as a crab. Yo, and her neck too. Eternal suffering right here. It's like opposite of gamer neck. Her, how many limbs do crabs have? I think, you know what? Good. Horseshoe crabs, right? I'm looking, like, horseshoe crabs got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sets. But then other crabs, I guess it really depends. Ooh, what's like the craziest looking crab that you can imagine? Like, I know that there's the like Alaskan snow crabs are pretty crazy. What are some, like the spider crabs are pretty nuts too. Coconut crabs. I mean, yeah, that one's like a given for like coconut crabs. Those things are monsters. The most famous image of those ones is like when it's on the garbage can. Here, this is ridiculous. Stupid crabs, man. This is like, you've probably seen this circulating a billion times. These giant crabs. What else? We could do... Yeah, the spider crabs. That's what I was thinking too. Like this. There was a specific one though. I can't remember what it was called. Oh my god, the caps lock. I think I do like the spider crabs a lot because of how like spindly everything is. Like a deep sea crab. I also really like how tiny their little nippies are. The little nips. Because, like, you know what they use them for, right? The little tiny ones? They're kind of like tweezers. So if there's, like, a whale carcass at the bottom of the ocean, these guys will be there with their little tweezers just going, like, snip, snip, like, precision and, like, take it. It's cute in, like, a creepy and disturbing way. A giant crab than a giant spider? I don't know about that. To be real with you, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Because the spider at least has, like, soft parts. The crab is, like, armored. And if it's even bigger, then it's, like, even more armored. The spider, you could at least, like, take it out with a sharp stick or something. I know what we're talking about. Okay. Crab, I don't know. Let's just grab some crab anatomy here. Get something interesting going on. Let's see. Just grab like a regular crab. Here, just so you guys are interactively seeing what I'm doing with my pure ref as well. You're not so bored of me just like talking. We'll just like start throwing some crab pictures down and then we can start choosing. Because I already have an idea of what I want to go with, but I just gotta figure out like what exactly. So we've got some like this is like a pretty default crab, you know, defaults. This is actually a pretty garbage picture. This is a kind of neat default crab. Default crab builds. Ooh. Wait. A lady feeding her pet crab Starburst, and it was so cute. Wait, is that actually okay for them though? Kind of worried. But yeah, whenever they're taking little bits, because of their little claws, just the little pincers, just tweezing, naturally high in sodium, so you can't even eat them anymore. What kind of a cruel joke is that? So you can't eat anything like super salty? For real, for real? I'm so sorry. I mean, I also have to like kind of watch my salts as well, but you can't have any salt at all. Like life is laughing at you. I'm so sorry. Blood pressure. Oh my god. I mean, okay, so if you do have something salty, Do you like just, you can drink like a ton of water, it might help, right? Or like a diuretic, I don't know. That's probably bad advice. Don't listen to me. Let's see. We got any like other long term? Yeah, okay, I understand. To be fair, I also have to measure my blood pressure every week. So my blood pressure is fine. I still have to measure it every week. Kind of like this thing, this crab. Look at this. Actually, no, I don't. I just like the color of it. I don't like this crab. Yeah, do it once a week. Well, my doctor told me I should do it once a week. Just in case, just to figure out if that's something that's a problem for me. It hasn't been a problem for me, but might as well. Whatever. I need some better crab references. Does anybody have any idea? I mean, I guess I don't really need crab references. Like I said, I could just keep going. Do like this. I love horseshoe crabs. Just grab the underside of this guy. Pretty decent. Okay, top shell. Crab. Shell. These are all generic crabs. Ooh, mud crabs? Mud crabs. That's like generic but pointy. Mud crab, mud crab. Who likes some mud crabs? Got your nose. Okay. Isopods. That's a good, yeah, good reference actually. I'll grab some isopods. Isopod hour over here, guys. Wait. Yeah. Yeah, actually. Isopod. I'm gonna actually grab the underside of that. Get ready for some horror. Yummy. Alright, and then I need, like, I do want to keep this pretty crab-centric. I love this stuff. Look at this. Where the crab's, like, face would be. Love that. Should go up here. Why do you go to my personal? I have no idea. I'm over here. I'm having fun on, like, the official channel. Let's see. Okay, since when were you eating isopods? Since when? What are you doing? Okay. Alright. Vancouver special. Do you actually, are you trolling right now? Do you actually eat isopods? I swear to God. I can't tell what's real anymore. Oh, I like this. Yummy. Yummy. This is a rare occurrence where I'm actually grabbing reference with you guys on stream. Normally we don't do this. Aren't we all blessed today? Blessed be us. Maybe I should actually click the link in your Insta story. It's, I mean, that's why it's there. Wooden bugs. Please tell me you don't pick up the logs and eat those. You know what? Actually, you know what? No judgment. I'm sure it's high in protein. Lots of them together. You know. The Dynamesh or ZBrush? Oh, I don't touch ZBrush usually until later on. Unless it's for, like, I need to keep something pretty clean. Oh, look at this! Yes! Look at that. Yummy. Okay. Okay, now we're getting into the good stuff. Yeah! Oh, wait, that one's too small. No, give me a good picture of that. Oh, it's so small. There we go. Okay, enough crab faces. I think this is good. We just need a shell now, just to see what the top part of the shell looks like. And then we'll be off to the races. Grab this just to have it. And the shell... I just need like the top of something. Google is really just giving me hop. Come on. That's not the top. Give me that. Yeah, but Dynamesh usually is something that I use a lot of just for sketching purposes. ZBrush is like it is good for keeping things clean, and like, you know, at the end of like once you actually have everything that you need for sketching purposes with Dynamesh. Okay, this is plenty. This is plenty of stuff. Let me just do images, align, no, normalize size, and align. Arrange, optimal. There we go. We're good. All right, I'll just keep this on my screen. All right, we good. No more crabs. That's enough crab. Crab time. Now it's time to sketch. Sketchy sketch. Wasted enough time like doing that. You don't want to be healing. Yeah, it's just Dynamesh. Don't worry about it. Anything nasty that you do, you can always clean that up later. I think like there's too many people that are so scared, you know, because you're in a 3D program for whatever reason. That mentality has persisted, even though it's not even the workflow anymore. I'm not like blaming you, by the way. I'm not like saying like you specifically, Jeff. I'm just talking as like a generalization. Like people think like I have to be so clean about everything that I'm doing. I have to be very technical because it is a technical process, but we're so past that. Like you don't have to worry until later on. Be as messy as you want. Okay, so eyeballs here. I kind of wanted to really take her and play around with like stretching out. Woo. Yes. 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 Lights, yeah, I know. Anytime like the eyes are offset, it's like, oh, that's the first movie that you think about. Splice. Even like pull these out even further, I think. I'm gonna do more of like a crab. We can make that bigger. Dude, I'm not clean at all until the later stage. You're fine. Don't worry. Maybe not that much. Maybe we want this like even more forward facing. Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit messed up looking. How messed up I want to get exactly? Maybe we want to keep... No, I want to like really shove this nose back actually. We still want like the skull in here. I think we will really shove that back. So it's like almost like concave here, pushed in. Boop, boop, boop. Push that brow ridge. Like totally. We're plastic surgeons hate her. I'm gonna do the full crab eye. Screw it. No. Okay, let's get in here. And this is the nasty part. We will nastify this. Heck yeah. Anybody in here was thinking I was gonna make a pretty girl. Welcome to the stream. Mess her up. Benedict cover. Oh dear. Anything can look like Benedict Cumberbatch. Anything can sound like Benedict Cumberbatch. It's like the meme, right? It's like really, I don't know. I want this to be like a lot smoother. So we're still gonna get like that smooth sort of fishy feature out of this. And then her lips will just come back and up. She's like really like you think it's coming out of her face. Eyes open. Yeah, I'll push that out more too. What's this? More. What's up? How you doing, Angel? Okay. So I'm gonna do the claw. I'm wondering how. Future concept? Do you want me to do a monkey for future concept? Or crab eyes on yeah, it depends on the type. Some of them are more like inside, like pushed inside, and I'm just wondering if I can actually do something like that. I'm gonna actually play with this a little bit more. I'm gonna try a couple of things. It'll probably look wonky at first, but that's okay. I do want to try more of like an integration of like the actual crabbiness, make it more creature rather than human. Let's maybe flip that. No. I'm worried that it's just gonna look too alien. Big brush, low intensity. Let's do something like this. Yeah, that looks goofy. That looks goofy. I don't like that. Back in time. I'm gonna go back to... I'm gonna go back to human. I'm gonna go back. Get that, put that in here. Let's try something else. Sure. No, you know what I could do? Actually, I will put these. I think instead we're gonna have actual crab eyes. Screw it. I'm gonna do crab eyes right here. I have a better idea. I think with her mouth, I'll still do pincers. We're gonna like punch them in, so it'll be more like eye sockets right here. Very different features. Maybe more of a like a softer nose bridge here with a larger cranium. Yeah. We're just having a chill stream. You want to name the kit? You can give it whatever name you want. That's totally fine. How do you polish this? Afterwards, like after dynameshing and stuff and merging everything. That's usually not what we're doing on these streams, though. Usually, I'm just kind of sketching, going for it. But ideally, like if you really wanted to polish stuff after your dynamesh stage, you would duplicate it off, do a ZRemesh, subdivide it a whole bunch, reproject your details, and then you can start putting on your your alphas, etc. And then from there, even you could do a actual low res topology depending on what situation you wanted to use it for. But it doesn't really matter at this stage. We're just sketching. Yeah, I was thinking about adding like hair, like not hair, but like hair, like kind of keeping in line with the crab, the crab kind of idea. Actually, I'm gonna. It. So, and then I'll just do a dynamesh on this one. Oh, too low res. Too low res. Okay, so let's see here. What's up, Zach? No one taught me to be cool. That's probably why I'm not. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Do like, you know what? I'm gonna low res dynamesh this, and we could start getting something interesting in here. Make this pretty skinny. Maybe a little tinier. Do I ever retopologize my sculpt for animation? Yeah. Yeah. Like if it needs to be in production for client, yeah. Of course. But during these streams, like, nah. I find blocking and sketching to be one of like the most fun parts of the process, and usually that's one of the least time consuming parts of the entire pipeline. Oh my god, my dog is snoring so loud right now. Holy. Yeah, it's not that it's, you know, it doesn't need to take really long. It's more like it's kind of, unless you're a very niche crowd of people, like that's a really boring thing to watch, and it's confusing if you don't know what retopology is. But like if you're watching anybody do like blockings or like sketching, 2D, 3D, it doesn't matter. Like everybody can kind of understand what you're doing, and it's engaging, right? It's less like, it's less to do with like, you know, being a tutorial in this situation, right? Like we're this is more of like a hangout, and like if you have questions, like, you know, you can always ask sort of thing, but it's not like a very specific tutorial or anything. Whereas like watching I don't know, watching retopology, like I don't know, like personally, like I don't go on people's streams to watch retopology, right? Not everybody's the same. Some people want to, but it's not a very popular thing to want to go to your way to watch some retopology work. Let's see. These sorts of thingies. The crab. Oh my lord, buddy, are you okay? If you're snoring, like that's like really loud snoring. Okay. Sorry, my dog. What was I gonna say? Do I have a go-to artist or any art style that inspires you? If so, who or what kind of art is that? Oh my god, there's so many that I don't even know really where to start. Like there's a lot of different things that inspire me, but I think like ultimately, like if I'm being honest, like just macro photography and you know, pictures of animals in nature really just do it the most for me, especially since there's so many like crazy shapes that already exist in nature. But artists, like, you know, I don't even know where to start. I follow so many. Like, you could just like go onto like my following list on like Instagram, on Twitter, on ArtStation, and just see like slew of tons of really talented people that I'm following, and having a feed just full of that. I'm very, very interested in everybody's stuff. I know that like ultimately you'd want me to say just one person, but I don't even know what that one or even just handful of people is. So instead of saying that, it's just like really anything that shows up in my feed. And I just try to curate my feed to look the way that I want it. So follow all the people that I really enjoy. These guys, wait, how does this work? Go upwards. And the number of times that that's asked of me too, I should honestly just have a fact sheet of like top 100 artists that are cool for now. I just like dump like my entire follower list onto it. Or following list rather. Ooh woo? What is this song? Ooh woo song. You know, learn new things while watching. That's good. That's excellent. But it's not like specifically a tutorial. That's what I was trying to say earlier. Is it's not like if you're learning things, that's awesome, but that's not like the main goal here is to like teach a specific thing. That makes sense. Main goal is study buddies and inspiration and kind of like just like learning to not have the fear TM. Where? So when you look at nature, do you try to see patterns or imagine shapes? I guess like if I really had to start thinking about it, because when I look, I'm just kind of, I'm not okay. I'm not exactly aware all the time of what I'm doing design wise. Like I'm not constantly like, that's a good contrast and that's a good like you know, that's good flow or whatever. I'm just kind of like, I get drawn to certain things. And your design sense is very, it's sort of like an abstract thing to describe. But if I had to, like for example, with these crabs, then like I'm really drawn to, for example, to like these curves and how the curves are like, you know, here's like an invert, you know, these are repeating patterns, and then you have one that's kind of shot off into space to kind of complement these inverted curves. So in that sense, like it becomes really pleasing to look at. You can start analyzing as much as you'd like, right? But you know, there's certain things that you get drawn to, and I guess that's like the main thing that I don't know if that makes any sense, honestly. But it's sort of a very abstract thing to start talking about. Here, I don't even think I like this. I don't like that at the back here. I think I want to make this like pretty. Yeah. Do want to make this more like horseshoe crab-ish. Of a crab frog. Okay, crab frog. Nice. The eye of the duck, as explained by David Lynch, is my motto for creature design. The eye of the duck by okay, I have no idea what you're talking about. The eye of the duck, as explained by David Lynch. Like honestly, like I'm dumb. I don't know. Bad at references. So me not understanding what you just said is pretty accurate, though. You know, I don't really know how to explain it. There are people out there that are far better at explaining the nuances of breaking up what it is that you're looking at than I am. It's actually kind of funny, like unless like I'm in a very specific classroom like setting and I'm prepared for it, I dread anytime somebody asks me something to do with like, oh, what were you thinking of when you designed this? Because the answer is always immediately nothing. So Okay, and then I'm gonna have this, like the legs, right all the way back here. These are gonna be kind of like the tail. We're gonna base this more off of like horseshoe. Legs. And this can go back, and her torso just absolutely shreked, dude. Just this poor woman. Whoa. I don't envy you. Basically explaining, leading the eye where to put noise or where to put negative resting shapes in his signature woo-woo way, high and low frequency. Oh yeah, fair enough. Okay, fair enough. Yes, I understand what you're saying now. Yeah, the woo-woo way. I like to call it my artsy fartsiness. I don't know. I don't like unless I am actually prepared for the question, the general answer is always just I don't know, man. I don't know what I was thinking. I can sit there and start to analyze it with you if you'd like, but like honestly, overall, there's a general sense of what's it called? There's a general sense of design that you like, I guess we all have, and it gets better the more art that you do and the more observations that you make. Actually going through and analyzing these things that start to become second nature to you starts to get a little bit like cumbersome, especially if you have to be doing art. If you're constantly analyzing as you're doing it, it can, especially during the sketching and ideating phase, it can really take away from just being free and being creative. You can start to design and like get really fine-toothed with it and analytical and push things further in the actual design stage as opposed to the concept. So I like to like break concept and design off into like their own sections, and notice how I'm not sculpting at the same time as doing this, right? Because it's too much mental power, too much brain can't do too much, right? So if you're doing your analysis and your fine tooth and all of this kind of stuff, that's more of the design phase, which can come afterwards, versus concept, which is just ideas, let it go, let your intuition flow sort of thing. Just put as much down as you can that, you know, get jogging essentially. And then once you're ready, once you're pacing, then you can start in the design phase, making things functional, making things make sense, pushing shapes even further, etc. Right? So right now, my biggest answer is nothing. Nothing is in my head. Brain go crab, you know? Just make it look good, you dingus. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Okay, let's do this as like, this is like a hip bone here. Yeah, that's right. I'm making her arms come out of the pelvis. What are you gonna do about it? Let's no, let's get rid of this here. Get that out. This in. I'm gonna give it one more resolution before I dynamesh it. Honestly, I should just like make like a tutorial about like when to dynamesh, etc. A lot of people would like that. And making tutorials, ugh. What's up, Master? Yo, you don't have to be sorry. Why are you saying sorry? It's all good. It's like, if it's not you asking, then it's everybody else coming in afterwards. It's always the same answer for me, though, and I need to have, like, at this point, there's, like, no excuse for me, right? Like, how many of these have I done? And I still am just like, oh, nature is my favorite artist. That's how I think about shapes is, I don't. So, I don't know. Yeah, like, right now I'm teaching with CGMA, and, like, I have stuff prepped for that, but, like, that's for that course, so I don't want to, like, start, like, just reading off of my material from that, right? And I don't actively think about these things either. Like, it's not like, it's at the forefront of my brain. That's why I try to explain intuition the best that I can, but it's, like, it's hard. Yeah, I know. I am a fraud. I'm absolutely a fraud. For real. Go ahead. Say it. Call it as it is. I'm a BS artist. I don't make anything good. Why don't you draw a picture before you're sculpting? Sometimes I do. Sometimes I do. Most of the time, though, it's just kind of... I'm just going at it. When it's for me, anyways. Sometimes I'll draw, though, beforehand. It really just depends. What's the flavor of the day? You know, it's so frustrating for people to hear, but a lot of what I do is really just feel it out. So much of art for me is just feel it out. And then afterwards stand back and take a look at it from afar. If you like it, then you're good, but if you don't, start analyzing, and then you can start thinking about all like the design principles, etc., and be like, well, could this use more contrast in this area, blah blah blah, and actually use your brain. Whereas in the, like I try to say over and over again, the concept phase, I'm not really using, like, I mean, I am using my brain. I can't say I'm not using my brain, because I get tired as hell. Tired as hell from like working on sculpts and thinking about how they're going to work and everything, but usually it's a lot more of a fluid process than just like, all right, now I'm done the concept phase, now I am into design phase. Like, I'm not a robot like that. Usually it goes back and forth, back and forth, back and forth until I'm happy with something. That's just the thing about art, is it's like, it's not a technical thing at all. unless like you're doing something like photogrammetry or something like that, right? Like you're not, like, it's okay to be kind of like all over the place. There's nothing wrong with that. In fact, you're probably going to get more, you're going to learn a lot more about not just yourself, your art, but like, you know, just the process by kind of jumping everywhere. Just is what it is. If you don't like something too, just chuck it. Stop working on it if you don't like it. You know how many times like I just destroy things? I'm like, you know what, whatever, this sucks, bye. And then it's done. And then I don't have to deal with it anymore. And now I can work on something better. Yeah, exactly. If the art director says it's good, then it's good. Who cares? I'm kidding. To an extent. I mean, if the art director says it's good, then it's good, right? Like, you can't, like, then you're done. You're done. You can always say, like, oh, I'd like to add this extra, you know, I've done that a few times, actually. I'm like, okay, I know you like this, but can I just, sometimes it's approved, sometimes it's not. At the end of the day, it does not matter how you get there. It does not matter your process of how you got there. It matters that you got there. Honestly, every single time that I start talking about art too, it just sounds like some, like I'm teaching you guys like kung fu or something. Like, what do you mean wax on? What the heck do you mean? Why can't it just be like something like 1 + 1 = 2? Why can't you just tell me to like press this button and this is what I do? That's not, it just ain't like that. It just ain't. If you only have outstanding ZBrush skills, will that be enough to get hired as a character artist? So I would feel bad saying otherwise. Now, I know this is highly controversial, so please take this with a extremely fine grain of salt. Okay? I got hired as just a ZBrush artist. And I wasn't even that good at ZBrush when I first got my very first job. And I learned how to do my the whole character art pipeline on the job. However, this is not the norm. This is not normal. Okay, that company where I got hired on for that kind of stuff, I was already demonstrating very basic understanding of how the pipeline worked. My topology wasn't fantastic. I learned off of poly count, but I had an idea of it. My portfolio didn't have nearly enough wires. It didn't have it didn't show any UV knowledge, etc. But I did have like 1 or 2 assets in there that had some semblance of understanding retopology. Like I said, this is not the norm. What you want for your portfolio, if you're going to be a 3D character artist, especially applying to larger studios that already have established pipelines, that they don't want to waste their time teaching you. A lot of places don't want to waste their time teaching you the basics of character art, okay? So you're going to want to have a portfolio showing these skills. It's very unlikely that the same thing would happen, but I need to say that it did happen to me to tell you that like everybody's experience is different, right? But right out the gate, you're gonna want that in your portfolio. You're gonna want to show your topology, like your retop, low res versus your sculpts. You're gonna want to show that you have UV knowledge. You're going to want to show as well, if you're going to games, not as much animation. Animation, for example, you just need, a lot of the time, you don't need to have surfacing knowledge. However, if you're going to games, you're going to need the entire pipeline. You're going to need, like, from sculpt to retop to UV to baking to texturing, right? Yeah, PBR skills if you're going into games. So it depends on what kind of a 3D character artist that you want to be. Like I said, my situation was, it was very lucky. I was very lucky to get into the position that I got into and learned what I did on the job, right? But also keep in mind too that I was very proactive about that too. When I did get hired, I was working every single night as soon as I got home. And a bunch of people, like, I got hired on at ARC. It was ARC before ARC went under, okay? So ARC went into solvency. But when I was working there, when I got hired there, I got hired in a big hiring wave. So a whole bunch of juniors all at once, because they had tons of work coming in. They just had to get as many local people as possible. So I got really lucky. That's not the economy right now. Okay. It's not like that. But yeah, I got hired on, I was working on Barbie, and my lead at the time too, which he ended up like teaching me a lot of what I reinforcing good habits in terms of retopology. And like I said, like, I already had a base idea of like what I was supposed to be doing for character art when I got hired as a character artist. So it's not like I had zero knowledge of retopology, etc. But he had already said, like, later on, like, he said he was proud of how far I came and really impressed and stuff. But at the same time, like, he admitted, like, he didn't want to hire me. It was just a necessary thing in that time to get help, but he didn't want to because I was not ready, right? So I'm just sharing all of this with you so that you know that, yeah, there's a chance, but it's much more likely that you're gonna get a position if you are putting everything that you need to know about character art within your portfolio. And also to preface as well, now I'm working more as like a viz dev artist than just strictly a character artist. Like, I will do retop occasionally, but the majority of my work actually comes down to concept and rendering and just pre-final frame kind of stuff. But as like a character artist, you want like the whole suite of knowledge, right? Yeah, I draw on paper. You have to be good with Maya. You can't justify the cost as someone that... So, okay. There is, I don't know if you have recently gone to school. If you have, then you can get like a student license. Otherwise, there is an indie version of Maya, which is like a fraction of the cost if you want to get familiarized with it. Or this is another thing. If you know how to, like, let's say you know the entire character pipeline, but you use something like Blender, transferring over to another 3D suite is not like the end of the world. Like most studios will use something like Maya, right? When I was working on Next Gen in studio, we were using Blender as the 3D suite, but that's not like the common practice right now. The common practice is using Maya. However, if you did only know Blender, but you were demonstrating with Blender, like full comprehensive knowledge of the 3D character pipeline, you were showing good topology, you were showing good UVs, etc., then all of that knowledge can be transferred over to another software. You already know what everything is. You just need to learn how to use it in a different 3D suite. So in that case, you're still hireable, but understand how to know that, like, just know that function, like the function of, getting from your high res to your low res, baking all the stuff, UVing it, right? Well, I mean, it's a very niche job as well. You got to know your UVs. Like, even in the position that I'm in, because I know UVs, I can UV something really quick so that I can create a tileable texture on top of one of my sculpts and send it off really quick, right? You don't need to make it perfect in my situation, but if you're, on any kind of a game project, you're going to have to really understand that stuff. If you're on like film, etc. Move to Montreal where all the studios are and learn French. I think, yeah, there you go. There's a lot of work here. Learn Blender after graduating from college, working on my portfolio using Blender. Yeah. There's nothing wrong with that. The thing is, you just have to demonstrate that you understand the pipeline, like, and you're good at it, good at creating characters. It doesn't matter if it's like a different 3D suite. You can always pick up the specific tools that they're going to be using. Okay, what was I gonna do? The blood harvesting, the horseshoe blood harvesting. I know they're using it for like some kind of like vaccine research or something. Why don't I want it to have feet? Because I don't want it to have feet. I don't know. That would be kind of like, I want it to have like the horseshoe crab tail type thing, like a spike tail, like barbed tail, almost like what are they called? The thing that, bless his heart, Steve Irwin. What was that situation called? What was stingrays? Yeah. Sorry. Still makes me sad. Okay. Yes, stingray tail. Okay. Yeah, and studios really enjoy seeing that you have like a lot of artistic energy too, because they want to suck that dry. I mean, they want to use that, leverage that for their projects. So, if you do a lot of like extracurricular work for yourself, that really gets studios excited. They're like, oh man, you've got so much art energy. That's really good. Three D sculptor at a stop motion studio, you had to learn to import 3D objects from Rhino to Brush because they use Rhino, but you use Brush, and Maya managed to learn a good workflow for 3D printing with both. Yeah, that's good. I mean, okay, so if you're going into production, right? Like you're gonna have like your own you're gonna like as an individual creator, you're gonna have your own workflow, especially when it comes to ZBrush, you're gonna have your own workflow. But when you're going into a studio, you have to adapt whatever it is that they have. Like there's some wiggle room sometimes, but whatever their specific pipeline is, you have to adapt to. Unless like you're a freelance artist, in which case there's usually even more wiggle room, because then you're just giving them like either an OBJ or like a packaged file or something like that. But if you're in the actual studio pipeline, then you need to do what they're doing. And a lot of studios have different pipelines from each other, so not knowing like exact thing is it's fine. The best thing is to demonstrate strong character models if you want to go into character art through the whole process, whatever your process ends up being, like whatever tools you end up using. Oh god. Do companies like seeing a blog of the workflow? Heard that was good. I mean, I'm not 100% sure. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm sure it might be good, but like if that's taking significant portion of your time, I wouldn't worry about it that much. I'd worry just specifically about making sure that in your portfolio you have character art, you know? And in every single one of these portfolio pieces like that you have underneath, you can show the breakdown of UVs, you can show the breakdown of low topology, you can show the breakdown like the texture sheets, right? You show all of this stuff underneath your your final beauty render, which by the way, your beauty render, don't do what I do. Okay, if you're going into character art, don't do what I do and paint over your sculpts or paint over your final characters. No. If you're going into 3D character art specifically, you want to show the 3D sculpt, you want to show the unedited 3D like topology, all of that. Don't start painting on top of it. I do biz dev work, right? I do concept work, I do all that kind of stuff. So if I start painting over it, it's because that's like I'm doing it for illustration or concept purposes, not because that's what I'm going to be submitting as the 3D model. I don't want to hide my 3D model if I want to be a 3D modeler, right? The ugly roaches, yeah, I know. I'm okay. Sorry. Actually, here's a fun one. I love doing this. Yeah, not yet. That would be pretty sick. Maybe one day. Jeff is like insane with his concept stuff. Me, I just kind of go, I don't know what I'm doing all the time. So, you know. Maybe one day I'll be cool enough for him. Let's see. If the work is boring, nobody will want to see the process. Yeah, I agree. How did I learn sculpting? So, okay, long story really short, I'll try, is when I was in school, my classmate, who is now my partner, was like really into learning 3D. We went to school for 2D animation, and he was just like, nah, I want to learn 3D. And then I was just like super unoriginal, and I was like, hee hee, I like you, I'm going to do the same thing. And then I ended up liking it a lot, and then I started getting like hyper focused on it. So I kind of let all my homework go to the wayside while I was in school, and I just specifically did ZBrush, which was not even part of my curriculum at all. I was just at home doing like ZBrush all the time, and then yeah, I graduated with a 3D film, which again was a struggle to get through because I didn't know anything. I wasn't in school for learning that stuff, and then I got hired as a 3D character artist with barely any 3D character art in my portfolio. So yeah, weirdness. I got really lucky, and I'm still confused. What did I miss here? the heck did I miss? Wait, polypaint or what? Or Photoshop, VFX, and editing? No, you can polypaint your stuff, but if you're doing, okay, again, oh my gosh, to drive this home, when you have a 3D character art portfolio, you want to be a 3D character artist, do not just put your sculpt and then show polypainting on a Dynamesh sculpt. That's not the extent that you need to go. You need to go further than that. You need to retopologize your sculpt, and then you need to UV that retopology. You need to bake your sculpt down to your low res that you retopologized, and then you can transfer that polypaint onto a color map or an albedo, whichever, and go to like Substance or something and start doing an actual texture pass. You know, bake your high res details down onto your low res details, get your normal maps down. If you want to go to film, get your displacement maps down, okay? And show that process. Don't just show your sculpt with polypaint. Don't do that. And when I was talking about don't do what I do, is don't make like a final render. Let's say after that whole process, you've got your low res and you've got your textures on it and all that, and then render it and then do a paint over on top of that. Do not do that if you want to be a 3D character artist. Do not do that. That is for illustration and viz dev purposes. That's why I do what I do. It's not for specifically 3D character art. If I wanted a 3D character art portfolio, I would not paint over my finals. Don't stop on the high res, correct. You know, anyone working on concept 3D and actual game dev, someone whose job it is to do fast 3D concept that may... So a lot of the time in game dev, from what I know, is you will need to know more than just sculpting. You're not just going to be like the only person on the team that gets to just like do a bunch of sculpts and then hand it off to somebody else and it's not your problem anymore. There's like rare cases. In my case, I work in animation viz dev, so this is like pre-greenlit, like studio, like, you know, we just have a script. That's all we have. We don't even have like anything past that, and we're trying to figure out character lineups, etc., and pitch that to see if it gets funded. So this is like pre-greenlit production. Like that's why I'm doing rapid iterations in sculpting. If you are a concept artist in game dev though, and you use ZBrush to do your 3D sculpts, then that could be, or use ZBrush to do your 3D sculpts to then paint over to do like quick iterative design, etc., then yes, that can be a part of that game dev pipeline. But if you're going to be a 3D artist in the game dev pipeline, like, and everything's like already in production, it's very unlikely that anybody is just going to be sitting there doing sculpts and passing them off. It's going to be usually like a concept artist that also does painting, for example. No. Okay. So what I do, okay. I also do concept work. Yes. I'm not specifically a 3D character artist anymore. I know this is very confusing. It's very confusing. I live in a gray area where I do a whole bunch of things because I am a freelance artist. So sometimes after I'm done concepting something, I then will go on to the actual finalization part of it. But because a lot of my work is pre-production, it's before the actual retopology stage, etc. Like I'm just doing what I'm doing right now. Like I'm just like concepting stuff, handing it off, doing quick renders, paint overs, etc., just like any other concept artist would in VizDev. And then if the project gets greenlit, which they rarely do, but if they get greenlit, then yay. And then sometimes I'll be asked to come and oversee some of the characters on that production, do a little bit of retopology just to make sure that it's like correct, and do some 3D character art for the actual production, not just pre-production, not just pre-production. Sorry. Like, I know it can be very confusing, right? Like, just all the terms and stuff. And again, like art roles can be very fluid, just in general. from my experience. They can be pretty fluid. When you're in a studio, usually you're typecast, like you're locked to something specific. But if you're freelance, I mean, things are a lot less steady, that's for sure. But if you're freelance, sometimes you can, if you, like, I do a lot of consultancy as well, right? So I know that sounds like so like pretentious and stuff when you say consultancy, but it's like sometimes you get hit up and they're like, oh, well, what do you think could make this better? You give your take on it or whatever. Sometimes it's used, sometimes it's not, right? Like it just, lots of stuff that I do gets thrown away. Part of it. No cheating for the modelers. No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. And I was there. I know. Thought I was saved just as a 2D concept person, but here I am. Yeah, we're all like, we all kind of got to use both at this point. Yeah, just 2D alone is kind of like, there's certain things, right? Like if you're doing specifically for smaller projects, like rarely anything these days are just 2D only. A lot of it has like 3D incorporated into it, because so many productions are just like, yeah, but can we take like your base asset that you just made and then like give it to them to start retopping? So this makes it faster. How fast can you be? I'm just noodling right now. AI actually, okay, so that's a funny thing. It's just like, one, it's only fast if you want like super generic stuff. If you don't want something extremely specific, because you can't art direct it at all. And a lot of the time, if you're gonna be like generating something, like let's like not even talk about all of the copyright problems with it, because that's like a big reason why a lot of studios are not using it right now, is it's a copyright minefield. It's an absolute minefield, because essentially it's just a remix machine. It's not really much more than that. So it's just remixing existing images. So you can get a lot of things that end up looking too similar to existing things. It's not a great, and also it's using existing pictures that have not been, it's not allowed to, right? It just isn't, you're not able to copyright anything that comes out of AI. So a lot of the time, like if it comes out of AI, half the time it's just like, well, it would be faster to just do this from scratch. For a lot of artists, it would be faster to do it from scratch rather than like, also not to mention like most of the, from what I've been seeing too, a lot of the what's it called? Like if you pass like maybe your 3D model through AI, it's like a beautification filter that it does. Like it's just like, it puts like it just makes everything so smooth. And so, because so much of the Lion data set is based off of scraping a ton of Instagram photos and things like that. So that's how that's what the algorithm knows. The algorithm knows that like, oh, woman, pretty, like extremely like flawless skin and all this kind of stuff. And just like, it's kind of the same thing a lot of the time. And it's like, how much, I don't, just do something, just work from scratch. Like currently, it's not as crazy as, in my opinion, it's not as crazy as what everybody else is saying it is. Like I think like a lot of that is marketing. Really, I think it's a lot of it is marketing. They really want people to feel like they have to use AI, like their product, in order to succeed. Because like if they make people feel like they have to use it, that it's going to be the solution, then they make more money, right? Because it's not, their argument is like, let's democratize art. But in the same breath, you have to pay to use it. Like, it's not, That's not democratizing. I mean, you already have like free tutorials like on YouTube. People like artists have been sharing free stuff for art for years now, years and years and years, decades, centuries, you know. So it's kind of a strange like argument to make. So when you're training it, this is another misconception with AI art that kind of bothers me, is everybody's like, yeah, but it's fine because I'm training it on my own art. Okay, but if you're using a data set, if you're using the Lion 5B data set, you are not just using your art. It's not like your 10 pieces in your portfolio can make a fully comprehensive algorithm. It only works because it has 5.5 billion images, most, when I say most, it means like the 99% of which, more than 99% of which have not been consented to use in this data set. It only knows how to work on your art because of those 5.5 billion images. So like it's still kind of, you know, like, yeah, you're training it on your own art, but it's more of like a filter than anything. And I also have like, you know, this mentality that let's say I do, and you know, we all end up having to use AI for work, and it's just like this dystopian, like, you know, artists are just never gonna make original content for market ever again. It's just a dystopia out there. All right, well, you can still work on your own stuff in your free time, and I think that there would be a big boom as well for individual creators, as long as there isn't like this mass media control where, I mean, we're kind of seeing that on Twitter where a lot of people are suppressed unless it follows a very specific algorithm, etc. So I feel like creativity will, in the end, always be rewarded because people want to see new and exciting things. So I'm optimistic that way. And like, you know, if you do end up having to use it for work, right? If you ever have to use it for work, then like make a clear distinction between what you do for work and then your own time. Because again, if you're only, let's say you're only using AI, you're going to stunt yourself as an artist, right? Because you're just remixing stuff rather than working from the ground up and exercising your own creative muscles. So yeah, don't be cornered is that's all I have to say about that. Get muted for me. Fair enough. Yeah, I don't really care about it feels really overdone, and every single time a new version of like Midjourney comes out, for example, all of that stuff ends up looking specifically like that version because I mean it's based on a specific algorithm that they're fine-tuning for specific things that, you know, a lot of what they're sending out is just like, can you guys select like, you know, version 1 or version 2? Do you like version 1 or version 2? And so whatever that bias ends up being, that's what the algorithm is also favoring. So it's hard to really art direct something like that. And the way that words are used a lot of the time, like, you know, when it comes down to technicality too, like, certain things are tagged a certain way. So maybe you see a horseshoe crab-like looking thing, right? You see this like that I'm doing. It might be tagged 3D, it might be tagged, crab, woman, some basic stuff, and then that's what the algorithm is going to pull from when it's like reading. You're inputting your tags in. Essentially, you're writing out your prompt. It's going to look through and find all of the images relating to that specific tag. So if it's learning off of, it already has learned off of them. It's not specifically in the data set anymore. It's learned off of these things, but it would have learned that, hashtag crab looks like this, but maybe that's not what you want when you type that in, but that's what it has learned. So it's right now, I'm not saying that it'll never be there, but right now it's like it's a copyright and ethical nightmare. It just is. Like, I'm not going to touch it personally unless I have to for work, which I really don't. And it's really, really hard to art direct right now. Like, you can get some stuff, but was that even what was in your head? Probably not. People can claim that it was. It's probably not. Created with their words. I mean, yeah, for sure. Like, if you're a writer, then you can be super descriptive, but that still doesn't, like, it's all dependent on the algorithm. Like, I find that you can't really like take a lot of credit for, like, you can come up with different ways of mixing your words together, but it doesn't work the same way as like somebody like you and me, like reading a book and how beautiful words can be strung together in a poetic way. It's not the same when you're putting it into AI right now, like typing a prompt. It's very technical. It's not about that. It's like, oh, I know what specific images have like run heavier with a heavier bias with these words, for example. You can tell I'm not a huge fan. But if you're using it like just for inspiration purposes, like whatever. But I wouldn't like, and I know not everybody works off of like a moral and ethical compass and things like that in the same capacity. So I'm not gonna sit here and high horse anybody. I'm just saying what like my personal preference like wouldn't be that. It wouldn't be using AI. I would definitely like to continue, creating my own stuff without it as long as I can, especially for myself. I don't think I really want to use AI. Like, even if it becomes amazing, right? Like, I still would rather explore my own brain rather than have a separate neural network kind of be doing a lot of the like combining together, because a lot of like concept work. Right? So when I'm putting this stuff together, sure, I'm looking at some images of crabs right now, but a lot of the time, like the way that I will combine something comes down to my own personal, my experience in life. And this is going to sound very abstract because it is. Your ability in art comes from so many different avenues of life and your experience in life. Whereas if you're giving that agency up to the machine, then what level, and this is more philosophical and everybody's going to be different, but like what level of personal creativity are you still maintaining there, right? Like where is that initial spark, like what part of you then is left and what part of the machine is now your art? most people, like, you know, down the line, a lot of people, you're not going to be able to tell, like in 20, 30 years from now, even probably sooner, honestly, you're not going to be able to tell, like, if somebody, like a person did something versus AI. But I think it also comes down to your own enjoyment and fulfillment of doing art and how that actually means a lot. And when it comes to storytelling as well, I think that's going to show through a lot better when people are more attached to what they're doing. But, you know, like big productions, big movies, etc., like there's no reason why AI isn't just going to be running rampant unless we can put down regulations in order, you know. And again, with the ethical part, I know not everybody, like there's quite a few people who roll their eyes at this, in which case, like, move along, I guess. But, you know, people worked their entire lives to get good at art, and a lot of that was just kind of taken right out from under their noses and used into this data set, and is being used with the intention of replacing them with no compensation, nothing. And a lot of people are saying, oh, well, too bad for you. That sucks to be you, but just adapt or die, start using it. And it's just not, that's not right. That's not fair at all. And so that's a big problem that a lot of people have with AI is specifically the ethics. It's not that any one of us is really adverse to specifically like technology advancing. It's like, to what end is it advancing to? Because art brings a lot of enjoyment to a lot of people's lives. Doing art brings a lot of enjoyment to people's lives, right? And if you're working, you want your work to be fulfilling, but some people, I guess, they don't have very fulfilling, maybe they don't know that jobs can be fulfilling, and so they advocate for it not to be, that it doesn't matter if it is. But I would say that if technology is advancing, then perhaps we want to think more about, you know, the betterment of people as well, rather than throwing them under the bus for this future idea, like in 100 years, for people in 100 years, like all of us now, we have to be in an uncomfortable position for people in 100 years from now, right? Like that doesn't, and it's not even a guarantee either. It would just really ultimately benefit the companies that are creating these algorithms, these AI companies, rather. Sorry. Okay, let me see. When did I start doing that? Right there. No, yeah, I know. I don't know why the schedule is not updated for some reason. I am slated today, but it's not showing up. But I promise you, my calendar, it was there. Yeah, you're not supposed to be able to copyright your AI stuff. And you can already see content flooding happening as well. And outside of the art world, there's like a huge problem with it as well. Like, regulations have to be passed at some point. Whatever that ends up being, that's not my wheelhouse. Like, I won't be able to tell you, but just having it like completely free is it's just not a good idea. Can't leave it completely unchecked. When the talk on AI is 3D community, someone often says, damn, why not this smart guy's create good auto retop. Well, because that wouldn't make money. It kind of makes sense, you know. It doesn't matter about making it, you know, life easier for artists so that they can keep, a lot of companies anyways, like the idea is to just like, oh well, you know, where the money is just completely removing the idea of an artist and just giving that to everybody, but they would have to come to us in order to use our program. That's where the money is, not, oh, let's just like make the artists who exist more comfortable. Right? And I think that's a more complex, it's a much more complex thing to do, I guess, like an AI based retopology, because there's so many crazy shapes and things like that. If it's more predictable, then it would be easier, but you can see how much data is needed in the Lion 5B dataset. 5.5 billion, actually almost 6 billion images in order to get what they have now, right? That's the only way that they were able to get to where they were. They did not have nearly as many. If they didn't have nearly as much information, it wouldn't be as successful. It just wouldn't. And so when you're thinking about auto retop tools, well, how much information? Data is gold, right? Like you would need a lot probably in order to create that. So it's just not as feasible. But ultimately, money. And also, not to mention all of the images that are just online, right? It's kind of, my partner made a good comparison. It's like, you know, you set up a bunch of water stations at a race, and a whole bunch of people are just jogging their 10K, doing their thing, taking one water, enjoying it the way that, you know, it's there, it's intended for. I think you've got this, you know, the AI guys, they're just like, oh, look at all that. That's free water. Drives in with a truck, not even driving, grabs all the water, and then drives away. Like, cool. Sick. All right. Let's see. Oh, it's Shane. What's up? You know, being controversial and talking about AI. That's what I'm doing. You guys don't know Shane, should check out his stream. He is an incredible artist, just like pretty much everybody on this channel. You should check out everybody, but Shane's here, so I'm shouting him out. The art station chose to not really do anything. Well, I mean, I'm not going to make too much of a statement on that because, like, again, corporations are going to act the corporation, like, the best interest of the corp, right? And whatever that may be, I have no idea. I know that a lot of people attach, like, their, you know, their ethical concerns onto different corporations. It's just, you know, money isn't moral. It just isn't. So wherever the money's going, whatever that ends up being, that's where we're gonna go. When everyone is super, no one will be. Syndrome! Yo, actually real. Real, Shane. Real. That, Masta, it's nothing you haven't heard already, I'm sure. It's just regurgitated points at this point, you know? I guess not everybody's, like, super updated on it, but I am pretty tired of hearing about AI. Anytime I see, like, anything AI, I'm like, alright, you know? Whatever. I'm just gonna keep doing what I'm doing. I really like making art, right? So, we keep making art. And I think, like, the big thing that it's hard to talk about, like, you know, when people are like, well, should I even continue pursuing art? I think that's a big one. Nobody's really brought that up yet, I don't think. But it is, like, you know, a big topic. And I think the best thing to say is anybody telling you what the future is going to be like, has some sort of like, I don't know, like they're either scared themselves, and so they're predicting like a worst case scenario, projecting their fears, or they have something to sell you. If you enjoy artwork, I think just keep going with it, because nobody knows what the future is going to be. And it's always been scary to pursue the arts in general, because it's not a guaranteed, like, you're not guaranteed to have a strong 9 to 5, right? But if you like it, I think work should be fulfilling. And if that is your dream, don't let some like machine take that away from you, essentially. You know, if you like something, just keep working at it, regardless. Sensitive topic to me. You hate the world is so obsessed by money and people go with it. Company just is naive and clueless. People make profit on them. But you also have to understand, like, and I'm sure you do understand, it feels like super unfair. I get angry about it a lot, but at the same time, it's rarely ever just one person. It's like there's entire, you know, departments based on finances and making sure that those finances are the highest as possible, like satisfying shareholders, etc. And this is all very detached from just people. It's more about just the numbers. And I've stopped taking things personal a long time ago, but I try to just, you know, in a way, I know it's a little bit selfish, but I try to just take breaks when I see a lot of that stuff and focus more about things that make me happy in my own life. And one of those is just doing art. It's important to talk about this stuff, though, in general. It can be hard, but, you know, just always... This is another thing, too, is with larger corporations. You know, if you don't like what they are, you don't like what they stand for, that's like... The best way to do that is just, like, you know, just don't purchase what they're selling if you really don't like it. Because at the end of the day, like, money talks. Money is the answer. It's hard to really, like, say or act any other way when, you know, society is run off of capitalism. So, you know, ultimately, you do want everything to be as fulfilling as possible in your life. So if it's really, really bothering you, try to take as much time away from, you know, headlines or online and focus on stuff that just brings you happiness. Why you do art is an important question. For the money or love of creating, you still want to get paid. Of course, everybody wants to get paid. Of course. But art has always been one of those uncertain career choices. I'm a freelance artist. I'm not guaranteed to have work the very next day. And that's the reality too. Like, you've seen as well the number of layoffs that happen in studios. That doesn't mean that you shouldn't pursue it. If you want to work at a studio, you absolutely still should, but you should also understand that, like, you know, everybody has to have, like, their own plans, their own backups for, you know, like, rainy day things. You want to keep pursuing your dream, but, you know, have those rainy days set aside. Rainy day funds, rather. And really, like, I do think that, you know, we should have more of a, like, strong footing when it comes to not losing our jobs in the arts and being valued a little bit more, right? However, that's not where we're at yet, and we can keep talking about it. And, you know, like, right now the writers' strike is happening because of the same, like, you know, the AI stuff as well. If you guys don't know about the Writers Guild, they're having a strike. So, you know, getting active about it is also really important, but in the same breath, just stepping back and not getting too worked up, too angry about stuff so that you can focus on things that you love and actually enjoy your life is really important as well. And the thing is, too, is it's not going to, like, you know, AI is one of those things where if it doesn't get regulated, it's going to be in every single sector. So it's not just, like I was saying earlier, it's not just an artist problem. But really, like, if it you know, art is something that you enjoy, do it. And you know, if you are struggling money-wise, then you got to do what you got to do. No one's saying otherwise. Everybody's hand is different, right? Nobody gets dealt this similar hand. I'm not going to ever say, like, oh, well, just don't pursue art, because that's definitely a dream. Then you got to go for your dreams. Sometimes it's hard, really hard, in a really unfair world, but and I can't change that, but I do think that it's worth pursuing. Use generative AI for the base of a quick tileable scale texture and use a substitute. I mean, yeah, if it, like, I'm not gonna be here and try and, like, moral high horse any of you. Like, you're, you know, you're given information, and what you choose to do with that is, like, your own volition. Like, personally, I can only tell you what I'm personally comfortable with, and I'm not super comfortable right now with using AI. Yeah, it's also tied to AI that's mixed in with it, as well as, you know, just the payment disparity. That's the word, right? Disparity. Brain blank. Hysterical. Okay. A real threat is if you start having actual human experiences. Yeah, I don't, honestly, like, yeah, we shouldn't be, I don't think that there's so much. Oh my gosh, Monty, you are snoring. Boy. Hey, hey, hey. You alive? Yes, you are. Hey, come here. Come here. Snores. You're good? He's sorry, he was snoring really loud. Okay. No, it's because he's got his he has to have, like, the donut cone on. He always snores when he has that on. So I just want to make sure that he's not, like, because he goes in, like, weird positions that make it, like, hard for him to breathe sometimes. So, like, I always try and wake him up if he starts going a little too loud with the snoring, because I'm like, okay, that's not good. But he has to have that on because he was, like, eating his armpit, which is yeah, It's healing right now because he got a scrape under his armpit and he was infecting it and blah 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 blah. He's fine. No, absolutely not. I want to stay 9,000 yards away from politics at all points, and I don't like everything is political. I understand that, but I just like I don't want to talk about like politicians or anything. Can't stand them. Yeah. Currently, I'm working for Spin Master. They're one of my longer clients that I've had. I do a bunch of like viz dev stuff for them. I've also worked on a few movies, DVD movies, and one that was on Netflix was Next Gen, and then a couple of other Netflix series. Oh gosh, my brain. What are they called? Worked on like the Magic the Gathering thing is still not out. What was the other thing? Pale, Dark, and Grim was another one. Oh my god, I can't remember everything. Like a lot of the stuff too is like NDA, so I can't talk too much about it. Things are either approved or they're not approved. Teehee. Magic the Gathering Hot Pockets? What? No. No, it's a series that's supposed to be coming to Netflix. I don't know when. Yeah. Sorry. Allergies. Alright, let's see. Oh, the arms reaching down, make them like crab hands and like the crab arms coming through. Actually, I kind of want to do even like one more. Yeah. Okay. Alrighty. Woo! Thank you. Got dynamic. Oh, I can get out of there. Local symmetry. One set of arms. No, no, no. Nose is so itchy. You ask because you're trying to make pieces for your portfolio that targets film. The question is, what do I need to do to show off the portfolio? Do I need realistic textures, realistic hairs? If you're okay, I touched on this earlier. Cole's notes. You want to be a 3D character artist. You want to do it for animation and film. You need to do a high res, and then you need to do a retopologized low res and show your wireframes of that and your UVs. You want to go a step further, also get into surfacing as well, but the bare minimum is show that you can retopologize your sculpts for animation and UV them, okay? I'm gonna die of itchiness. I'll get more strict with that in a second. Make sure that this area works. What's up, Zach? No, textures do matter. They do. They do matter. It's just like if you're going as a 3D artist into a lot of animated productions, surfacing is usually handled by a different department. If you're going into games, usually you are doing the whole shebang. However, there is a gradient. There is no one size fit all. Every single production is different. So if you want the best opportunity, then you're going to want to know that entire pipeline. You don't want to just like stop at sculpting. You want to know the whole character pipeline. If you want to be a character artist, 3D character artist, know the character pipeline. And like there's other videos online too to explain what the entire character pipeline is. Like Flip Normals has like a whole bunch of videos that you can check out. Like on their YouTube channel, they have like a whole bunch. You gotta run. No worries. See you, Shane. Guys, if you don't know Shane, by the way, you definitely should check out his streams. He especially if you're like wondering how to do like animated characters. He does a lot of like super stylized stuff. So you should check out his streams if you're interested in that. Even if you're not, he's just a cool guy, so go check him. All right. If you want to be a 3D character artist, you don't need to know how to rig. You can try rigging one of your characters just so you know what the pipeline looks like, but you don't need to be good at it. Oh yeah, there's a head inside of it's a person that got like morphed into. I gotta adjust this actually. I want the head to be a little bit larger. Slightly. So thanks for reminding me. I completely neglected it. I've like barely actually done that much just because I was talking so much. Wondering, there's like an hour left. I could probably get a decent amount done unless people start asking me what the character pipeline is again. Ah! I'm just joking, by the way. It doesn't actually bother me. You can ask me all you want. Here for this. Get these guys out. And he's a little tinier. Yeah, I gotta actually like, you know, work it, but it's kind of like a crab exosuit type thing. I'm thinking about like she's a mermaid, you know? Oh yeah, I wanted to do some hair back here, didn't I? Yeah, I wanted to have like, okay, I'm gonna do that. There's crabby crab crab. Yeah, this is, so I grabbed some crabs. Usually I don't, but I have, this is what I have. I have some crabs. Just give me an overall idea of like crap, but I'm barely glancing at it for this just so that I can get some stuff. Such a beauty, much grace, right? He's a mermaid. What a crab. Yeah, I've got some crabs. Otherwise, yeah, the concept is just out of the noggin. Sebastian! Right, oh my god, I keep getting distracted. Curves. I was gonna do some hair. Wait. Quick. You know what? I have not saved at all for this entire thing. I've been living off of a prayer. I think that is disgusting. Crab maid. He is the crab maid. Crab maiden. I'm not special. I am not special. I'm allergic. That's what I am. Oh my god. Okay. Grab a hair alpha. Let's just do this, whatever. Let's do this with I don't think I want to do it this way. I have decided against it. What is this? Delete that. Do it this way. Control. The strands. It was like antenna after. First. Oh. Wavy. How long have I been using ZBrush? Oh god, like 8 years? 7 years? I don't know, something like that. I don't need to measure this together. Ah, my nose is so itchy. Do you use any other... Sorry, allergies. Sometimes you just gotta, like, punch your face. Any other animation software? So, yeah, like, I mean, animation specifically, like, no. I mean, I use 3D suites, like Maya. Sometimes I use Blender, depends. But I don't use them to specifically animate in. I just use them to create assets. Do you use your keyboard for hotkeys, or do you use a different device? You got a Cintiq. You're really using the keyboard? Yeah, no. I use a keyboard, but it's a tiny one. See if I can show you. Tiny keyboard. That's it. That's as big as it is, right there. So it doesn't take up a ton of space. Not great for gaming, but you know, for art, it's fine. But there's just like there's other things too. Like you can get little game pads, like you know, like those. I've seen a lot of people use this. Is like the MMO, like the Razer ones. Like it's just like a game pad specifically. People use it for WoW. That like if they're playing World of Warcraft. I've seen people use it for League of Legends as well and stuff like that. But like you can just use it for hotkeys too. Oh, thanks. Thanks, Angel. Have you thought about doing portfolio reviews or mentorships? So I'm currently doing a class over at CGMA. I'm not yet 100% sure if I'm going to be doing it next semester or not. But I'll know by the end of this week if I will be. But I'm not doing like anything outside of that. Yeah. It's like it's hard for me to do all of that whilst like working at the same time, you know? It can be kind of tricky. Oh. I gotta get rid of Snap. Snap isn't even on. Ugh. Yeah, there we go. Struggling to find a mentor. So there are other artists here on ZBrush Live who offer like their own classes and their own mentorships. I know two of them, which actually three I can name off the top of my head, is Anna Carolina does mentorships, Shane Olson does classes, and then Pablo does like workshops and things like that. He also has like some courses that you can take. It's on the forehead. My bad. It's not complementing that very well. Thought that would complement that. That's not complementing that at all. Let's bring that over this way. I mean, yeah, if you think about hair in like larger chunks, it gets a lot easier in general. Like the idea is not to think about it in small groups. Think about it as like larger curves, which is why I did like this big thing underneath. Then you just like add on top of that. Pretty much like everything in art is just add on top of things. Treat everything like a layer system. Your shapes, your contrast, your subject matter, blah, blah, blah. It's all a layer system. Big, small, big, small. All right, let's see. Shane's workshop, but he doesn't know anything about like actually animating. You need to find an animator mentor. Is that what you're looking for? Like, because I don't know anybody that's mentoring animation specifically. I mean, I guess like, you know, at CGMA, like there's paid courses for that stuff. Do you carry your texture information into Maya for easier rendering? And do you animate your modeling? Yeah, so usually for the stuff that I do, I actually just use Keyshot. So I will send over polypaint data right directly to Keyshot and then go into Photoshop and start painting over top of it for a final image. But if you're talking about asset creation, you're going to want to go from ZBrush. I mean, there's like multiple different ways to do this. You can, you know, do your low res either in ZBrush or Maya, bring it back to ZBrush, you know, do your baking in ZBrush if you want to, or you can do your baking from high res to low res in like Substance Painter or Marmoset, or like there's like a whole bunch of other programs that you can do baking in. I highly wouldn't recommend doing it inside of Maya, but then you can ultimately do your rendering inside of Maya afterwards, like with Arnold or anything like that. But yeah, you like there isn't like one set workflow personally. If I have to do something for work that is sending something over to Maya afterwards, it'll really just depend on it'll depend on who I'm working for and what I'm doing at that time. Let's see, what are some things that I can... I don't like that being... Shape-wise, yeah, I'm not sold on this. Sold on this thing. Let's change this. I was just noodling before. I was like barely even paying attention to the overall form since I was talking so much, but I do want to change this. Oh my gosh, Monty. Hey. You good? Bubba? Come here. Come here. Come here. Okay. Here, go over here. Rest your head on that. Rest your head over here. There you go. There. There you go. That's better. More neck support. Let's see. Cartoon type of Disney that could mentor me, but really cannot find anybody in, like, specifically Disney. Like, you want Disney style? I mean, like, you should kind of... Okay, so... let's see. Who... I don't have, like, a roster of people that, that I can share with you that I know that would specifically have Disney style right now. I mean, I don't have Disney style, so I don't think I'll be able to help you with that. I'm sorry. Like, you could always just, like, I don't know, just keep following tons of artists, and sometimes they post stuff on their stories and stuff on Instagram. I know that's not, like, super helpful, but also learning to do a specific style, like, you're gonna want to do that on a per artist basis as well. It's hard to say. If you understand already, like, if you've done Shane's course, you probably already have a very good idea of how to create a character. And then when it comes to stylization, you can do that a lot through observation as well and practice, right? So I think you have the foundation there already, even if you don't necessarily, you can't find another mentor that specializes in what exactly you're looking for. More of that horseshoe circle. Bigs. Do I want that? Yeah, maybe a little bit straighter. And okay. Let's see. Yeah, it's also a good point. Like, I mean, I'm not gonna raise it so harshly, but just having like a mentor is not gonna like solve all of your issues. Like I said, you know, you have the foundations of how to create a character, and so stylization from that point, like, you know, you can start working on just doing a lot of it. Just becoming a good artist is a lot of it is just doing a lot of it. Even with the course that I'm teaching right now, like I want to help people as much as I can, and I will guide them through the projects that they're doing, but I'm not going to be able to tell somebody what to do with their art to just make it all of a sudden like you're going to be a good artist, right? A lot of this is like internalizing what you're told or what you learn, and then just practicing it a ton and making it your own. Yeah, I've done some work for movies. Wait. Have I ever collaborated with other artists I admire, like passing back and forth between one sculpt until it's somewhat finished? Like, you mean like just as a fun collab, or do you mean in work? Because I admire all my colleagues that I've worked with. Like, I love working with other artists, so in that case, yeah, like all the time. But in terms of like a personal project, like I think one time, like John was on here, like on Twitch, like years ago when I used to stream on my channel, and we used to do fun, just for fun, like back and forths, and it was just so stupid. Like it was more stupid than anything in terms of like what was created. It was nothing serious, but that was good fun. Antichrist, yeah, it's she's pretty. She's a pretty. Just to get the push and really tailor your portfolio for companies or tips you guys again, like I'm not going to be able to like really help you out unless like I was specifically mentoring you, but I'm not, like I just don't have time for one-on-ones and stuff. It takes so much time. So unless like you just follow a bunch of artists and maybe they open up mentorships, or you know, you can politely ask them if they have mentorships, like you asked in chat. You were really very polite about it. So I otherwise, like, I don't have anything for you. Just kind of like watch people do stuff online. There's lots of free like sculpting tutorials too. Like not even just tutorials, but like time lapses. Like watching time lapses, you can gain a lot of information as well. Yeah, I answered that one, Creation. Sorry. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. We did it like for an Easter collab or something. It's pretty silly. What do I want to do with these? These are boobies. I mean, breasticles. I mean, pectorals of the female nature. You contact game devs to get information on stuff like polycount and whatnot, but you never get a reply. Is there a better way of doing this? You just have to accept that many of us are very busy, if not with work, with our own lives, and so it's not like you. And also a lot of the time, like I don't even see people's messages. Like I try to go through my message requests and filter out the spam versus people who are just messaging me for the first time. But some people, like, maybe they never check their message requests. So social media can be a little bit odd like that. You know, you're doing the right thing. You're being polite about it. Just know that, like, if you don't get a reply, it's not because people hate you or they're specifically ignoring you. It's just a lot of us are just really, really busy. Too busy to like even give tons of tips. So if one person is too busy for you, maybe, you know, check on Twitter. Sometimes there's entire like advice threads that are being circulated as well, right? In which case, you know, people say like drop your portfolios, I'll do a review. Sometimes there's like free reviews going on. You just have to be like, I guess, on the lookout for this stuff. There's Discord communities that are really good about advice for each other. Like the club is one of them on Discord. Like you can check that out. It's a really big channel. Gosh, what's another good one? I mean, there's actually like the ZBrush Discord as well. I mean, Anna's got an art community. I have a community. I'm not like always on top of giving people feedback though. It's kind of a quiet community these days. But there's like pretty much almost everybody who streams on this channel has a community as well. So you like to polypaint in ZBrush. Is it okay to make some of the texturing work in ZBrush with polypaint, but add the base color to substitute? Yeah, a lot of that's a really good workflow. Honestly, is just doing like a base coat of color in ZBrush, sending it over to Substance, and then doing like using it as a jump off point. Oh, Leonard, I didn't even know you were here. All right, good night. Have a good evening. Thanks for stopping by. Sorry, I didn't even know you were here. Thanks, next gen gamers. Flip normals. It's Henning and Sadin. Sadin. Oh, don't tell him that I can't pronounce his name. Don't tell him. they do a bunch of tutorials, and they also have like their own website and stuff. It's very good for all things CG related. Trying to get back into viewing more consistently. Well, here we are. I'm streaming here like every maybe 2 times a month at this point on Wednesdays. Not as frequently as I used to. I used to do every single week, but it's just a little bit much for me. Okay. Let's see elbow bit. Ah. Yeah, Ian's got a great Discord. I mean, Ian is super helpful as well. Ian Robinson. IR Sculpts. Check him out. Much more helpful than me. That's for sure. Where's my paint? Hmm. Toy plastic. No, don't tell. No, no. I say everybody's name wrong. Why are you doing this? No. Don't embarrass me. Barely even speak the only language that I know. Such an embarrassment. What's up? What's up, Riz? Monty, yeah, he's still sleeping. Oh, I'm glad, Creations. I'm happy that you like it. Yeah, it's been a few weeks. Okay, fine. Worked on any music videos at all, specifically EDM? EDM visuals have no, but it would be really actually yeah, I worked on Katy Perry stuff. Worked on a Katy Perry thing before. Yeah, EDM would be great. I would love to do some EDM stuff. I appreciate that. Thanks. Almost done here. No. Do Dynamesh. Screw it. Yeah, I'll be done in around 5 minutes or so. Looks like a normal crab. Yep. It's just an absolutely normal crab. Just a normal crab. That's it. Completely natural. A live action remake of SpongeBob. It does not have a name. Feel free. This reminds you of Geiger. I don't know about that. I don't know. I don't know about that. Geiger is a very specific style. I wouldn't say that this is Geiger-esque at all. I mean, regardless, I appreciate the compliment though, because Geiger is fantastic. Granddaddy of all horror. Well, some people would argue against that, but pretty much out of time here. All right. I don't like how chunky these top claw areas are here. I'm just gonna edit this really quick before I go off. I am not really a huge fan of the how. R-rated mermaid, yeah. The idea of this being a much thinner, larger claw, not a chunky one. And these can, the hand can maybe be integrated better, which it is not right now. The maybe I could do like separate fingers actually. Thinking of, yeah, extending the fingers so it runs along the actual claw here. Then the inside the claw, there's a catcher. Right? Maybe even before I end. feels a little bit... I would even make them longer. I want to make them longer. I'll probably make them longer afterwards. I might as well continue, and then if I continue, like if I actually continue, I'm gonna make these claws longer because I don't like them being so stubby, you know? Like I want them to like, I want them, You know what? Screw it. Screw it. Really quick. I can't help it. It's bothering me. Ah, that feels better. Oh, that feels better. Yes. See if I can't. Yes, yeah, I know. I do. I wanted them to be bigger. Longer. Wait a minute. Is this one? Ah, that's why. Okay, one sec. Almost there. Not done yet. I'll have them outward still. They need to... Ooh, it's driving me nuts. It's driving me a little bit crazy. I need these front... Okay, here. Here. Ah. Longer. Bigger. Skinnier. Okay, I'll end it. We'll do the rest. I just need to get the general idea. Feels a little bit better now. Just a little bit better. Okay, that was just like, it was bugging me, you know? Like, you just, sometimes you're just like, ah, God, that part of the design is so, ah. Alright, rock lobster? No, I have not thought of sculpting rock lobster. Let's see. Quick question, how to manage and rotate the camera when the cursor is on your model. Use a button on your stylus or shortcut while the cursor is on your model. Right click navigation if you're not in preference. If you don't have this in preferences, navigation, I believe it is. Where is it? Where is it? Does anybody know? Can anybody see navigation? I don't know where it is. Mouse tablet. Trying. Is it in tablet? No. Where is it? I'm blind. Interface, navigation, there. Right, if you don't have right click navigation on, that's what I'm using. It should be on by default, but if it isn't, then it's right here. And that's how right click, you know, even if you're hovering over top of your model, you can rotate around it. Okay, let me shove this one around here. Just for thumbnail sake. There he is. All right. Yeah, so I think we're good. Yeah. All right. Thank you guys for hanging out. I hope you enjoyed the stream, and I hope you have a great rest of your evening. And also, if you aren't following the Pixelogic channel, or, well, called Pixelogic everywhere, but it's Maxon's ZBrush channel, follow it, because there's tons of other people that are going to be streaming here and do stream here. So if you're interested in seeing any other artist workflow, you should definitely follow. ZBrush Live is on pretty much every single day. And all my socials, if you're interested in any of those, you can get them. This link right here. Throw it in chat if you want any of them. Grab. There you go. And I will see you all in the next one, which the next one I think I'm streaming on the 31st. So in 3 weeks from now. All right. Alrighty. Bye-bye. I hope you have a good evening and laters.